The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSA 10-4-6 et seq. Adequate notice of the meeting has been provided by submission of notice of the time, date, and location to the Star Ledger on December 5th, 2023, and the Hunterdon County Democrat on December 7, 2023. Subsequent notice of this meeting location has been provided in the Hunterdon County Democrat on April 25th, 2024. Notice and, to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting have been posted at North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, Califon Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, High Bridge Borough, Lebanon Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the direction indicated. If alerted to fire, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the nearest smoke-free exit. And at this time, please silence all cell phones. And roll call.
Ms. Cagno? Here. Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Ms. Gallo? Here. Ms. Hintz? Here. Ms. Cotran? Here. Mr. McIsaac?
Here.
Mr. Mielek?
Here.
Ms. Reyes? Here. Ms. Salino? Here. Mr. Spanton?
Here.
Ms. Fiato? Is absent. And Mr. Farbanish?
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Raise for the flag salute, please. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I need a call for motion and second to approve agenda item 4.1, the minutes from the March 19, 2024 school board meeting.
Second.
Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Katie, I must abstain.
2 abstentions?
Got it.
And any opposed? Okay. Okay, so moving to our board student representatives for the last time. Adeline?
All right, good evening. You've not heard from me in a while, so let's do a recap on what's been happening at Voorhees. Our spring sports have started and are doing well in this season. In addition to the regular sports, we welcomed a varsity boys volleyball team into the mix. Each sport recently had their senior night or are planning to honor their seniors in the upcoming days. On the last day before break, we had a school-wide pep rally. At this pep rally, Mr. McGeehan introduced our sports captains, we watched a preview of Les Mis, and selected juniors and seniors competed for a free prom ticket, in which they weren't successful. After a well-deserved and refreshing break, our guidance office prepared a wellness fair for all the students to attend. At this fair, there were many booths ranging from pretzels to fidget spinners to therapy dogs. Here, we were able to discuss with mental health professionals on ways to limit stress and where to seek help if necessary. On the day of the solar eclipse, students who had protective eyewear were able to sit on the turf and watch the cloudy eclipse together. The second week of April, the drama club presented an outstanding performance of Les Mis, which was well received from members of the school as well as the community. They were able to sell more seats than they have in recent years. In the following week, Anatomy and AP Bio took a field trip to the Liberty Science Center, where they watched a live feed of a kidney transplant. This was an exceptional experience, and they were extremely grateful for the opportunity. Later in the week, SHIP, also known as Student Helper Integration Program, threw an incoming freshman dance in the gym. Here, all the incoming members of the class of 2028 were able to meet and get familiar with the school environment. On May 1st, members of the senior class participated in National Decision Day. They wore their future plans with pride, ranging from a 4-year school to a gap year to a mission trip to serving our country. They were accompanied by members of the faculty who showed off their alma mater. We are looking forward to our upcoming events, senior cruise, senior trip, prom, senior sunset, and lastly, graduation. Lastly, I want to thank the board as well as the VHS administration for giving me the opportunity to be the voice for the Voorhees student body. I truly cherish these last couple months and value everything I've learned here. Thank you.
Anesh?
Okay, all right, testing. Okay. This last month at North has been a great start to the spring and continuation into the summer. Here, the students are preparing for their finals, AP testing, and, well, college right around the corner. We've started to see some clubs start to wrap up. For one club I'm in, Special Olympics, we recently had our final Olympics this past Sunday. If anyone could recall this last Sunday, the Olympics turned out to be a very wet day, but overall, still a success. Moving forward, spring sports have all been coming to a close. To highlight a recent win today in girls lacrosse, they are now pushed to the finals of Hunterdon-Voorhees Sussex, which is this Saturday at North. Furthermore, last Friday evening, May 3rd, the North Hunterdon High School Jazz Ensemble wrapped up their 2024 festival season at the 31st annual Neshaminy High School Jazz Fest. The band received an outstanding rating, with several seniors earning Spotlight Awards. Moving on to current news at North Hunterdon, this Friday is the annual Relay for Life fundraiser. This year, the event is going to be dedicated to a student and dear friend of mine that passed away, Joey Edwards. If there's anyone interested in the community, interested in coming, I truly love the event and encourage anyone to attend. Another event coming up is the Cultural Appreciation Day at North. We gather a bunch of different ethnic foods and traditions and take a day to share it amongst the student body. Lastly, as school winds down, we are looking forward to the end-of-year events such as prom at the Steel Stacks, senior awards night, and project graduation. With this being my last board meeting, I want to thank everyone here for having me on the board. It was a great experience being here at the meetings, and I want to thank you all for having me. Thank you.
So, Ron and Greg, you have recognition?
So I just wanted to say quickly to my two reps, Adeline and Zito, thank you very much for representing the school, representing the student body, and I'm going to miss all the conversations that we had. Don't tell any of my staff, but they were my favorite conversations this year, so thank you very much for them. Adeline is going to Beaumont University, right? Belmont. Got it wrong again. And Cito is on her way to the College of New Jersey. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I look forward to the cruise and the prom and all that stuff and hanging out with you guys. So.
Let's take them all together. Let's do that. Come on up, Jude. Get you over here. And Ash, come on. I'm going to make you stand up too, Ash. Come on. Right here. Okay. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Jude and Anesh throughout this year. We meet monthly in my office, and we kind of get a State of the Union address. I say, what's going on with the seniors? What's going on with the school? We talk about what we're going to present at this board meeting. Some of the issues they bring up, we solve together in my office, and you don't hear about them, and other issues we bring up to the board. So they've been great leaders of our student body and great representatives of North at our board meeting. So I thank you both for giving the time that it takes to do this job, to be out here on a Tuesday night for some long meetings. So I thank you both for that. So I just want to give a quick little summary of what Jude and Anesh both have in store for them. So Anesh will be attending Florida State in the fall, majoring in STEM entrepreneurship and planning to focus on business consulting. He has been a very busy member of our school community for the past 4 years, as he has been the class president for all 4 years, as well as a member of the National Honor Society, a leading member of our Special Olympics, as well as part of our Relay for Life and Interact, as he told you about. And so most recently, Anesh has started our North News Club, which we will continue next year. So that's Anesh. Jude will be attending RVCC, Raritan Valley Community College, in the fall with a major in English. They have been working on writing a science fiction book, which they look forward to publishing in the future, so we can look for that on our shelves. During their time at North, Jude is proud of how much they have grown on our Golden Lions marching band, where they participated as part of the color guard. Also, for the last 3 years, Jude has been a member of HOSA, which is a future health professions group. and has medaled each year, placing 5th in the career photography and 6th and 2nd in prepared speaking. So great job, guys. You've done awesome. So thank you for your time.
I prop you up. All right, here we go.
So just on behalf of the board, really want to thank all four of you, right, for your representation over the past many months and wish you the very best of luck in your future endeavors. I will say personally, right, it's a highlight to me to hear what's going on in your lives and in the school, right? So, I mean, I've got kids here, but still hearing about all the great things. I know many people have commented to me on the board also. Just, it's great to have you, take time out and talk to us about what's going on in the school. And so really thank you very, very much again. And really best of luck over your next endeavors. So thank you. So moving on, we'll now have review the 2024 budget. So we will have a presentation by Katie on the budget.
That's tough to follow, but I am going to start with the public hearing presentation for the 24-25 next school year budget. So just to give everybody a little preface, our budget goals, which we develop and go through in early fall, we always maintain a thorough and efficient education for the entire student population, maintaining our current level of student academic courses, co-curricular offerings, all of our athletics, maintaining safe, functional, and clean facilities, meeting all of our contractual obligations, attracting and retaining highly qualified staff members, meeting all mandates, and preparing a budget that is most importantly fiscally responsible to all of the taxpayers. So this worksheet here explains a little bit about the tax levy over the past 5 years. You can see that we've been very conservative in our tax increases, part of that being the 3 years with asterisks. We were able to use remaining referendum funds in order to offset those tax levy increases. So you can see that we have been very fiscally conservative in the past 5 years. One of the components other than tax levy is state aid. And you can see in this chart, we have 7 years of state aid, which is a little bit more than I usually share, but I think this gives everyone a really clear picture of where we've been and where we are now. We've had cumulative reductions of almost $2 million over the past 7 years. So that's been very difficult to maintain a budget, but we've been able to, again, use other methods, such as using remaining referendums funds, such as using 75% state funding through the New Jersey Clean Energy Grant to do facility work, and also 35% state funding in our last referendum project in 2024. So when all of those combined, we were able to offset a lot of these tax levy reductions or state aid reductions, but it is becoming more difficult each year to create a budget that is fiscally sound. So as far as the revenue comparison, you see in this chart, it kind of summarizes what I've already spoken to, which is the tax levy increase of $1.4 million. We did receive a small increase of state aid of $16,000, so not too much over the entire budget. The budgeted fund balance is an increase over last year. That is a change in excess surplus that we took into this current budget year. And although it looks like we have quite a large decrease overall for our budget, it's really due to last year we had a $4 million transfer from capital reserve that we don't have this year. That was due to the referendum that we did pass and used our funds to pay for. So again, just in summary, the total operating budget is approximately $65 million, which is less than last year. But again, the main changes are an increase in our tax levy, an increase in budgeted fund balance, and also last year we had a capital reserve transfer that we will not have this year. This pie chart kind of explains our major expenditure categories. Obviously, salary and benefits are always the major component and drivers of the school district budget. Salaries typically increasing in the 3% range, benefits increasing in the 8% range, And then some of the other larger items being transportation, which with bus driver salaries going up, we're anticipating approximately 10% increase in that area. And also in professional services, we have mental health clinicians, police services, auditors, legal, and other professional services that are increasing at rates above 10% this year. So as far as the budget tax impact, we have 12 municipalities that send to North Hunterdon-Voorhees, and this is a list of all of those municipalities. Each year, the share of that municipality can change based on two factors. It could be based on the valuation of the municipality and also the enrollment, the number of students that they send to our district. So those two driving factors will change how the tax rateable is passed along to those municipalities. You can see the difference in that final column of how much the taxes are either going up or going down in each of those municipalities. This worksheet kind of gives us a little bit more of a view that you could use for your own tax calculation. At the bottom, you can kind of see a $100,000 property in Califon is increasing approximately $28. So you could take your value of your home, multiply it out by that rate, and then come up with how much your taxes are going up or going down, depending on which municipality you live in. So what are the next steps tonight? We are having our public hearing and adoption. There'll be an opportunity for public comment just on the budget. We will then certify our taxes to municipal clerks and then implement the budget. And then all of the resources that I've shared with you tonight, chart, presentation, and a user-friendly budget will be posted on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
So anybody on the board have questions? No, everyone's good?
I don't have any questions on this budget, and Katie, I just want to congratulate you on a great job. Obviously, I've just arrived here, but I'm very aware of the challenges schools have been facing over the past handful of years, and a lot of the moves that you have been making have been the best moves for the district, for sure. If I'm asking you to look ahead a little bit to the challenges, I've lost sort of where we are on cycle. I know we were in the process of about a 7-year reduction where districts were sort of knew they were going to be losing funding over a 7-year period. Are we now at the end of that 7 years?
We are. This was the last and final year. We were anticipating a reduction in our state aid, and it was actually a positive impact of the $16,000. It wasn't much, but it was an increase. So that was a positive.
And then I know we are still exploring other avenues for generating revenue,
Right.
which is great. And then beyond that reduction, I mean, is there any forecast, or are we just at sort of the variables of the formula from year to year?
I do believe it's just back to the formula and how much they decide to fund that formula each year. It's never been fully funded.
Right.
So that calculation is always kind of a gamble when you receive your state aid every year. It's unfortunate.
Well, thank you once again.
Of course.
Other questions? Okay, so at this time, we have an opportunity for public comment. So during this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the board with questions or comments on the 2024-2025 school year budget. The public is requested to sign the register provided for this purpose and to state their name, municipality of residence, group affiliation, if applicable, and direct their comments to the school board president. So again, this is one of two public sessions tonight, right? So this one is just on the budget, if you have questions on the budget.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Michael Gottesman. I'm the founder of the New Jersey Public Education Coalition. I have just a couple of comments, questions about the budget. The first one is there any intention of reducing staff other than by attrition? And the reason I ask this is because there are currently no less than 2 bills floating around in Trenton dealing with partial or full restoration of school funding to 2023-2024 levels. But one of the requirements in that bill is you must maintain the same level of staffing that you had next year. So I'm just wondering whether it's your intention to do that in the event that one of those bills gets passed. And the other question is, are any programs going to be limited, reduced, or eliminated based upon the budget as presented for the 24-25? Thank you.
Karen Gove, Highbridge, speaking as taxpayer, I guess, not as a board member. In the presentation, I'm sorry, it's not popping up here. The two bills that are floating around Trenton could allow our district to potentially recover the 4 years of state aid losses. And of course, we don't know when that's going to happen, because I am a school board member also. But this could be returned to us if the district has used all of its possible funding sources, including raising taxes up to 9.9%. I urge you to stick with what we have and not do that, please.
Hi, I'm Sandra Marzo from Franklin Township, and mine is sort of a pretty specific part of the budget, which is Superintendent Bender's salary. He's here, I guess, just in name only, yet again, and I'd like to point out to us taxpayers in the room that in last school year, 22-23, he was the 4th highest paid superintendent in the county. He made just shy of $196,000. He was the highest paid high school superintendent. So I'm curious, what is being allocated to him for next year in the budget, where he can just feel that showing up to board meetings is optional? I mean, would this be allowed for a teacher if, you know, a special ed teacher thought parents were difficult and challenging for an IEP meeting and they just decided, no, I'm not going to come to this parents' meeting? Right? I mean, everybody on all sides, I think, can agree on this. And I've said this before, I'm a daughter of a superintendent who's retired. He had 20 schools, not 2. And he was on the coast, so his schools were hurricane evacuation centers. He could not afford to just disappear. I'm sure the security personnel can't just decide that when somebody's being difficult, they can just disappear. They'd lose their jobs. Why does this man still have a job here?
Any other questions? Okay, a call for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 050724-3, establishing maximum travel expenditures and maximum professional service expenditures, and adoption of the 2024-2025 school year budget.
So moved.
Second? Okay. Any other questions? Comments?
Question. There's quite a bit that's at least allocated that could be towards architectural services. Do we anticipate spending that money, all that money? Like, do we have a plan that's going to happen that we need?
We do have funds set aside to complete our long-range facility plan for next year, so we do have some of those monies allocated, and then we do typically have some just for the projects that arise.
Okay. So,
But it's on an as-needed basis.
right. Yeah, it was the motion is for a cap not a plan, right? It's just a cap for how much
If
could be
you're
spent.
referencing the resolution, yes, that's a maximum for the year, but that's not
Right.
necessarily what's in the budget, correct?
Right.
Right.
So my question is that there's not something that I don't know about that we're planning to do, some
Correct.
big renovation that,
No,
okay, this is as needed.
no, exactly.
Any other questions? Okay, so roll call vote.
Ms. Cagno?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Cotran?
Yes.
Mr. McIsaac?
Yes?
Mr. Mealy?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
Yes.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Ms. Fiato is absent, and Mr. Farbanish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 7, I have a call for motion and second to adopt resolution 050724-4 for executive session to discuss matters falling under category 7 as reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in executive session for approximately 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken. Motion?
Motion. Second.
Second, Beth. And a voice vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we're in executive session. Good, good, okay. So I need a call for a motion and second to reconvene public session. Tara? Second. Okay, we're back in session. So turning to agenda item number, got it, Katie?
Got it.
Okay. 8, to the Chief School Administrator's Report. Rich?
All right, thank you. I'm fortunate to have a few very exciting announcements tonight. First, I would like to say that on Saturday, April 27th, the North Hunterdon High School Jazz Ensemble performed at the New Jersey Association of Jazz Education's Group 2 State Finals. They finished ranking 8th in that competition, and it was the first time in school history that the Jazz Ensemble participated in the preliminary round for the NJAJE State Finals. So to finish 8th in that Group 2 Finals was something for the school history books. And this is different than what Anesh mentioned before, so these were 2 competitions that the jazz band won, so I want to make sure we give them the recognition they deserve. In addition, at Voorhees, the Voorhees Drama Club students attended the Bucks County Student Theater Festival on April 25th. They won 7 awards during that festival, and all the information about those awards is posted on the VHS website, so please visit that so you can see all the accolades they received. I want to mention something that Anesh also mentioned, but the North Hunterdon Diversity Club will hold its 3rd annual Cultural Celebration Day on May 24th. Students or clubs can sign up or host a table to showcase traditions, cultural experiences, languages, foods, etc. This is just a great opportunity for our students to see the diversity in our schools, and a lot of times it's students with their families that come and talk about different foods and traditions in their cultures, and it's just a great way to share what they do within their families and their different cultures. It's a great experience. The Voorhees Junior Senior Prom will be held on May 30th, and the North Hunterdon Senior Prom will be held on May 31st, and we hope our students have a great time, but we hope they are all safe and may stay safe at those events. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Teacher Appreciation Week and Day. Today is actually National Teacher Appreciation Day, and this whole week is National Teacher Appreciation Week. Both schools have events happening at the schools that are honoring our teachers and celebrating them. A lot of times they're in conjunction with our parent organizations, but I want to personally send my thanks to all of our teachers and for all the hard work they do on a daily basis for our students. And last but not least, this was a quick addition. Me and Katie Blue, right next to me, had an opportunity to come up today to see a presentation that was happening at North by a 1959 North Hunterdon graduate named Joe Milligan. Basically, he outlined his experience in Vietnam. He was shot down in a fighter jet and was held captive as a POW for 6 years. It was great to hear his experience and have him share it with our students, but it was even better to hear the questions that our students were asking of him. The dialogue back and forth was just awesome. And so I just wanted to make sure we brought attention. Thank Mr. Milligan for coming out and sharing that with our students. Now we have the other stuff, which is our report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying. This month we had 2 cases that were reported since the last board meeting. One was founded and one was unfounded.
Okay. So I need a call for motion and second to affirm the determination on the HIB incidents report at the March 19, 2024 board meeting.
So moved.
Moved. Second. Second, Tara. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
And monthly reports are there for everyone's review. If there's any questions, let me know.
All right, so the Voorhees High School graduation ceremony is June 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. The North Hunterdon High School graduation ceremony is June 11th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Our next board meeting is June 25th, 2024 at 7 p.m. at the District Administration Office. The deadline to submit nominating petitions for school board vacancies to the County Clerk's Office is July 29th, 2024 at 4 p.m.
I have a question. Will there be any transportation? Can we get transportation for the board members if we want to go to both?
I don't know. I guess we could figure that off.
That hour and a half is going to be very tight to get to both.
Yeah.
So we did this so the parents would have an opportunity to get back and forth if they had a child
Yeah.
at each school.
Because
If a
I
board member
represent
wanted
two
to-
constituencies. And
We can talk about that, but we can find you preferred parking so that you can
Okay.
be
that's
at
what
one
we
and
can
get
do.
out quickly. But as far as the bus that we used to do, I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Regarding Superintendent Jeff Bender, Mr. Bender is continuing to manage our schools and interact with the Board of Education. Assistant Superintendent Burjax is temporarily representing the administration at board committee meetings and monthly board meetings. I will keep the board apprised of Mr. Bender's return to board activities. So I wanted to congratulate two of our board members, Kim Salino and Tara Hintz. Both Kim and Tara attend the NJSBA Board Member Academy certification programs. These programs are in addition to their volunteer work on the board. So Kim is earning the Certified Board Member certification. This is the second of 3 levels offered by the NJSBA. To be awarded, Kim had to earn 20 credits of study. Areas of study are designed to give board members a foundation in the essential governance needs and to carry out their responsibilities. So congratulations to Kim.
Thank you.
Very cool. Tara is earning the Master Board Member certification and the Certified Board Leader certification. The Master Board Member, the 3rd level of certification, builds on the Certified Board Member. To be awarded the Master Board Member, Tara had to earn the Certified Board Member and accumulate additional 20 credits, or 40 credits total. To earn the Certified Board Leader is the highest level of individual certification of the Board Member Academy. To be awarded, Tara had to earn the Master Board Member and additional 20 credits, so it's 60 credits total, and also serve for a minimum of 1 year in leadership position at the local, county, and state level. So congratulations to Kim.
Thank you.
Oh, Tara. So on May 9th, both Kim and Tara will attend the Hunterdon County School Board Association Spring Celebrations Dinner to recognize their NJSBA certifications. And again, congratulations to you both, and thank you for your efforts. So it's really great.
Thank you.
So turning to agenda item 10, public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided for this purpose and to state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education and a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate, individual school board members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length. Unless there is unusual circumstances, you will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on the topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory and maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present and in the audience.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Piontek of Union Township. I would like to start by going over the word obscenity. It is by definition the state or quality of being obscene by language, behavior, or images. It is also a violation of federal law to distribute or expose obscene materials to minors. A minor by federal law is an individual under the age of 16. Sexualizing children and then telling them, giving them the directive to discuss with strangers is a step behind obscene. Telling them to insert objects into their ass while masturbating is obscene and holds no educational value whatsoever. We all know the content in these books. There's content in these books that goes far beyond being educational. We know there is obscene material in the books, and according to federal law, these books shouldn't have made it into the school library. I think we have a much bigger problem than just the books being there. I think we have to ask how they got there in the first place, what educational professional allowed this to slip past, and why we have so-called educational professionals and out-of-town residents trying to keep them here. The liability is now in the hands of the board to do what is right. Please vote not to please the mob, but to do what is right for the children while keeping their safety at the forefront. Thank you.
Okay. Eric Legwinko, Sydney School Road. I'm here to share with you some background information that I think is important when considering the removal, but let's talk about it. I'm going to play an audio clip of Deborah Caldwell Stone, the director of the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association. She literally states the AL tactics to infiltrate libraries with vulgar, age-inappropriate material.
But ultimately, we found that the thing that needs to happen most, and it needs to happen before these bills are introduced, is sustained messaging that reframes this issue, that takes it away from the idea that these are inappropriate for minors or sexually inappropriate for minors, and promote them as diverse materials and programming that are about inclusion, fairness, and the protection of everybody's right to see themselves and their families reflected in the books in the public library.
You just heard the ALA directing librarians to ignore the concerns of parents about obscene and perversively vulgar content, and instead falsely frame the concerns as an attack against LGBTQ students. This way, the headline story of the media reads, "Extremists want to ban LGBT books." That is exactly what has been happening here in the NHV community for the past 5 years. The media smear of NHV parents is not surprising, though, since North's own librarian has stated publicly multiple times that one of the first things she does after a parent challenges a book is contact the media with her talking points. In fact, they were here falling around today. We've all seen the other side's arguments change over the years. At first, these obscene books were supposedly a way to support LGBTQ students and DEI. Once parents expressed concerns about vulgar material with heterosexual characters, their argument centered around sex education. A recent document published by the NHV Intellectual Freedom Fighters uses ALA's directive to deceive the public yet again. The document instructs community members not to use the word sex education anymore. Now, the latest claim is the book, like Let's Talk About It, are the health and fitness safety. Really? Instructing students to find people online to share their sexual kinks with is about safety? Instructing minors how to sext is a health and fitness safety? Graphics showing minors how to masturbate is health and fitness safety? I am asking the board to acknowledge the tactics that have been used to deceive you, deceive this community, and deceive NHV, and vote to remove Let's Talk About It. I'm done.
Hello, I'm Dan Kleinman. I'm the Executive Director of World Library Association from Bee Cave, Texas. And I'm here today to support Martha Hickson. Martha Hickson was in the news yesterday because she was saying she doesn't get any support from you. She doesn't get support from her administration. She doesn't get support from the Board of Education. To a certain extent, she's right about that. These problems wouldn't even be coming up if you, the Board of Education and the administration, were making the right decisions, creating the right policies, ones that followed the law, like Board of Education versus PICO from 1982, instead of some made-up rules that you hear, like a child needs to be able to see himself in a library. That's what you have to follow, the law. The fact that Martha Hickson keeps getting whipped around for 5 years by people is because you guys don't do what you need to do to set the proper standards and make it so it's not an issue anymore. Set the proper policy, follow the proper policy. This kind of a book like Let's Talk About It would not be in this school because it would be pervasively vulgar and educationally unsuitable. This issue wouldn't even be coming up. So I support Martha in her saying that it's you guys who aren't taking the proper action. And you should do that. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and administration. My name is Kathleen Meyer Crane. I live in Clinton Township, and I'm a parent in the school district. I'd like to submit the following for the record to be placed in the minutes from the book, Let's Talk About It. The 5 criteria needed to prove New Jersey's obscenity law is violated is when you have 1, a person, 2, who knowingly, 3, distributes material to, 4, minors, 5, that is obscene based on New Jersey's legal definition, and this book clearly violates all of this. Some highlights of such are pages 149, sexting, teaches minors how to not get caught sexting, how to not get caught breaking sexting state and federal laws. Why would we teach the children, the young adults, how not to get caught? Think about alcohol. We all are adults. We know how to consume alcohol. Some of us enjoy it and some of us consume it, hopefully responsibly. We don't teach our children, though, how to do that. We don't teach them how to not get caught. We know it's dangerous for them, therefore we don't teach it to them. It's the same exact thing. We should not be encouraging minors to sext. Moving on, masturbation, 116 through 118, instructs minor males and females how to masturbate. Our sexual education is not how to, and therefore should not provide how-to resources. Anal, page 119, instructs how to insert objects in a minor child's anus. A few months ago, I was here to talk about this particular issue, and I'll repeat myself in the fact that I believe there's a forgotten group of people. We talk about the unified programs. Both schools have incredible unified programs. There are special needs children, young adults, and typical peers in these groups. But we seem to forget the fact that these kids, like my son who has autism, cannot speak, cannot read, cannot write. I cannot explain to him what's right and wrong about this book. This is dangerous. And there's a lot of kids like him. And we are not protecting them. Kinks and Fantasies on page 164 encourages minors to search the internet for strangers to share their kinks and sexual fantasies with. Why would we put our minors in danger? Why would we teach them to go seek strangers when we have massive human sexual trafficking going on in this country? They could easily become victims of sexual harassment, of sexual abuse, of sexual molestation, of sexual child trafficking. Porn encourages minors to, on page 164, encourages minors to pay for and watch porn. This is illegal. Why are we doing this?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Okay. I hope you do the right thing.
Hello, board. My name is Mitchell DaCosta, and I'm a junior here from Lebanon at North. In 1973, the United States Supreme Court oversaw the case Miller versus California, which established national standards for courts and juries to determine whether matter contained material considered obscene. This test, known as the Miller test, has 3 parts that are used to make this decision. However, it must be known that all 3 of these conditions must be met for a book such as Let's Talk About It to be considered obscene. Part 1, the average person must find the content, quote, taken as a whole, appeals to prurient interests. The whole matter, not just a few pages, must be found to contain material intended to arouse interest in people. By the review committee's own decision, they stated that they only had an issue with 5 pages of the 242-page book. By their own words, the book fails this test. Part 2, the average person must find the conduct, quote, patently offensive. While different people are allowed to have different definitions of patently offensive, I have with me today a packet of over 75 reviews from youth, parents, and teachers from across the globe who have all given glowing reviews of the book. Unfortunately, I can't afford enough ink to print out the thousands of positive reviews. By this and the book review committee's own words, the book fails this test. Finally, a reasonable person, quote, must find that the, quote, matter taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, end quote. Just based on this language alone, the book has failed this test. Furthermore, a book aiding teens in their development as individuals, as well as people in society, showered in positive reviews from the School Library Journal, Publishers Weekly, Book List, and thousands of people can hardly be considered lacking value. The book fails this test. For a book to be found legally obscene, it must fail all 3 of these tests. However, by the committee's own words, the book has already passed 2 of them, and any reasonable person would have them pass all 3. I ask that the board consider the legal guidelines for obscene material in their decision to keep Let's Talk About It in the hands of students who need it the most. Also, as a student here at North, I can say, I have walked into bathrooms and seen people performing acts. I have seen people look at content on their phones. As parents and adults, you understand that at some point, your kids are going to drink. So you would rather have them do it and know how to do it safely in the safety of your own home. Why do we not do the same here? These acts happen in these schools every day. Give kids the resources they need to at least do it safely. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Piper Doyle, and I am a queer and transgender student here at North. I have heard time and time again from this school about how they want to have a diverse, inclusive, and accepting environment. This is the second time in my high school career where books inclusive of queerness were threatened. I was not seeing how inclusivity was being fought for back in my freshman year, and I am definitely not seeing it now. Book banning is a steep and slippery slope. Even if it's just one now, it doesn't mean there will be more in the future. If demands keep being met, one day there will be one singular book lining the shelves, the one book ever guaranteed to survive any book banning. In fact, if I were to attack the Bible with the same arguments used against this book, the same people who are trying to ban Let's Talk About It would rush to defend it because it was never about protecting all children. It's about control. These same people who claim to be freedom-loving Americans are trying to strip us of our right to read and see ourselves in these books, despite censorship going directly against everything this country has ever stood for. The students are being used as weapons against themselves. We, the people of the future America, are being told to sit quietly and let the adults talk while they put words in our mouths. The students are telling you you're wrong. We know what's good for us. We know that no better than they ever will. Back in the January meeting, we all witnessed a student being harassed by someone in favor of the ban for wanting to speak here. But would this ever happen if it was about protecting all kids? On top of all that, your librarian, Martha Hickson, was harassed and threatened for having this book in the library. By banning it, you're teaching them that that is okay, that they are allowed to harass and threaten your staff to get what they want. Do you, the members of the board, care so little that you are going to let this happen? Libraries are supposed to be safe places, and you are taking that away from us. Just goes to show what kind of environment you want your staff, your students, your kids, and your community to be living and working in, if this were to continue. But even you aren't safe from the consequences of your own actions. Nobody survives the monster that eats and destroys. Once it's finished with all the people you shove to the front of the line, it will swallow you whole too, because all blood tastes the same to fascism. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucy Harris, and I'm currently a freshman at North Hunterdon High School, a national blue ribbon school of excellence which prides itself on its top-tier education system, along with its sense of equality and safety for all students. I would like to add that I myself often feel the safest in Mrs. Hickson's library. I stand here in defense of the educational graphic novel, Let's Talk About It, the teen's guide to sex, relationships, and being a human. Many have become concerned that this book on sexual education, which is essential in high school, might be scandalous. A few have worried that it could be compared to the sex magazine Playboy. I would like to state 2 truths to the board. Truth number 1, Playboy is an American men's lifestyle and entertainment magazine, described by Gloria Steinem, after going undercover to write A Bunny's Tale, as a world of misogyny and exploitation. Truth number 2, in a quote by the World Health Organization, it is explained that by providing young people with adequate knowledge about their rights and what is and is not acceptable behavior, sexuality education makes them less vulnerable to abuse. As you could hear, Let's Talk About It and other educational books like it are in fact Nothing like the Playboy magazines or other forms of pornography, because they're educational, not purely sexual. If this book is banned, it will create a chain effect, leading to the loss of other optional-to-read educational books like it. After that, what's next? The entirety of sex education? Thank you.
I am Michael Gottesman of the New Jersey Public Education Coalition. Before this board makes a decision tonight about let's talk about it, you need to ask yourself some serious questions. Do you want to be one of the few boards of education in New Jersey to be classified as book banners? Do you think that's a good look for you or your district? Do you think people are going to want to move here? Do you think your property values aren't going to go down? Next question, did the review committee read the entire book or just cherry pick pages like the speaker 3 in front of me just did to try to shock you into making a decision? Well, we all know literature needs to be judged in the context of the entire work. Next question, do you really want to violate the U.S. Supreme Court Island Trees case, which says school personnel are limited in their power to restrict book availability simply because they or other officials disagree with the book's content? Next, do you want a small minority of parents to determine what books children can read, denying the majority of parents their right to make that choice for their child, even when that minority can merely instruct the librarian to not allow their child to have access to the book? Next, do you want to be the board that denies the freedom to read and violates the First Amendment? Because that's what you're doing. And finally, do you know who's really behind these attempts to ban books? Parents and students will come before you tonight asking you to protect their rights and freedoms and to ensure that their children can read books about diversity and inclusion so that their children will have access to the books that will have them prepared upon graduation to enter the world that we live in. I receive nothing for speaking, but the faces that appear here meeting after meeting have monetized their appearances. Several people behind me is a reverend who runs the Center for Garden State Families. Last year, that nonprofit raised $85,000, and executive salaries, of which there was just one, was $60,000. That means 73% of what was donated was paid to one individual. Many of you have heard of Pastor Amanchukwu. Well, he'll come and appear if you pay him $10,000 to $20,000 and you pay for his first-class plane ticket. So think about what's going on here. There are actors beyond those speaking in this room that are really pushing it, and they don't represent your parents. So you need to start listening to your parents and start ignoring the grift. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Maureen McSweeney. My twins went here last year. I don't have as eloquent of speech as the other people. I just want to tell you from the average parent in the community, I've spoken each time we have the meetings as we're going back and forth on stuff. I still feel it is the most important for us to support our librarians and our teachers. That's what they're here for, and actually support them and not just make some frivolous claim on it. I also believe that everybody is entitled to their books. Whether you read it or not is up to you. That's an individual decision. If your child doesn't want to read it, that's fine. It's not part of the curriculum. They're not making anybody read anything. If your child nor are they making the unified kids walk through the library and pick up books. So if you want your child to read the book, you just have a restriction where your child cannot do it. But you have to be supportive of all the children. We're here for all the kids. There are kids now that are queer, that are gay, that are non-binary, everybody comes in all different things. The important thing is for your kid to be a good kid and be a kind kid and be a nice kid and not have other stuff against them. They try to pretend they're hiding behind the stuff to try to make it not against the queer kids, but the books that they're pulling out are against the LGBTQ LGBTQIA community, and it shouldn't be that way. It's even public knowledge as you're going through stuff. All the late night shows are now, you can see across the country how the religious groups are separating trying to separate the library things from the right and left and making it all like that. Anyway, the moral of it for me is there should be this is a public school, there's a separation of church and state. You can't impose your personal religious beliefs on anybody else. If you don't like a book, don't read it, but it should be available for the public and for the children that need those resources. And it's up to you guys as the adults and on the Board of Ed, that's what you signed up for, to read this stuff and make a legitimate decision on it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Singer. I'm from Lebanon Township. I'm certified as an elementary education teacher. I've worked in the school-based program in Phillipsburg for a number of years. I worked across the way from here at ICS for a number of years, and I'm currently working in another public school. I've raised 3 sons. Many of the students that I worked with at ICS have come to this high school. My kids' classmates have come here. If my kids went to the public school, they would have gone to Voorhees. So my point tonight is a couple things. First of all, I don't have any actors behind me. I'm just a parent who cares about my children, and I care about all children as a teacher. Children are very impressionable and vulnerable. If you capture the heart or the mind of a child, if you can hook them on a product, you have a customer for life. That's why people like Coke and Pepsi are battling over the minds of our children, because they want them hooked at a young age so that they are faithful to their brands forever. So these young years are so important for children. Parents' job is to get in the way of that. We have their best interests at heart. I know many teachers and educational professionals also have their best interests at heart. So we know that our kids are facing a lot of anxiety and stress. My question is, when a child needs counseling or support, who faces the daunting task of searching for a counselor whose values and philosophy match those of the family, maybe even their faith, to avoid further confusing the child? The parents do that. They're also looking for somebody who maybe their insurance will cover. If their insurance won't cover, maybe it's somebody they can afford. The parents do that. Who works full-time, commuting to jobs, and then coming back home and maybe takes their child to a counselor that maybe is an hour away, and then comes back home and makes sure that everybody gets fed, because you gotta have a good meal in your stomach, make sure everybody gets their homework done, because that will wreak havoc on an already tense situation. The parents do that. I'm gonna jump. I had a lot more to say about it, but a librarian or a teacher specifically a librarian spends 40 minutes maybe once a week with a student. Then they go home at the end of the day. The weekend, they're off. Who deals with all the repercussions of this pornographic book that these children are looking at in your library? The parents are going to deal with it. I would love to hear what some of these students who are standing up here saying they know what they want. I would love to hear their thoughts in 10 years or 20 years.
Okay. All right, guys, please stop. Thank you.
Karina Gonzalez, Branchburg, New Jersey, but I am here as president of the New Jersey Library Association. The New Jersey Library Association has watched with concern the growing number of organized attempts of censorship and suppression in schools and libraries in New Jersey and across the country. Many of these attacks are targeting materials and programs that address race, racism, sexuality, and gender identity and expression. NJLA categorically rejects any efforts to censor or remove materials from any library based on content. We strongly affirm the Library Bill of Rights and the Freedom to Read Statement, first published by the American Library Association in 1953. Libraries provide access to books and other library resources and services for the interest, information, education, and enlightenment of all people with the communities we serve. We do not exclude materials because of their origin, background, or the views of those contributing to their creation. Library workers are trained to curate collections that are designed to be inclusive. As information service providers, we are guided by the tenets of intellectual freedom and our ethical responsibilities to uphold the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America. Through careful consideration and rigorous training, librarians and library workers are equipped to make selection decisions that represent a balance of the spectrum of knowledge. We acknowledge the right and responsibility of parents and guardians to guide the reading choices of their children. Such rights should not in any way inhibit the rights of others to read or view any materials of their choosing. We reject past, current, and future efforts to remove materials from the reach of any reader. Concerted efforts by groups who disavow racial equity, self-determination, and/or gender identity and expression undermines intellectual freedom. In addition, such efforts inhibit knowledge and place barriers to learning. NJLA stands alongside the New Jersey Association of School Librarians, the American Library Association, and other organizations that support the freedom to read. In addition, NJLA stands in steadfast support of New Jersey's library workers, community members, and students who demonstrate daily courage as champions of the right to an uninhibited freedom to read. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Philip Traeger, and I'm from Annandale. So, banning books focused on sex education and LGBTQ+ themes, some of which include graphic language and illustrations, is with us again. On its face, this is troubling enough, as our library should be a place where all of our students can access materials to help them gain knowledge to aid them in navigating the world around them. But make no mistake, this is not only about sex ed books. The same people looking to stifle access to these books have also targeted books that don't present the American experience in a way that aligns with their preferred interpretation. Their goal is to modify or hide historical fact. In fact, several months ago, when discussing textbooks for the next school year, a member of this board with no expertise in textbook design or the underlying subject matter began questioning the veracity of facts in textbooks recommended for the next school year. Now the policy committee is using policy review to remove limitations on the types of books subject to reconsideration. Textbooks will join library books as targets. We are watching an aspect of the international attack on our democracy right here. Do not underestimate this. It is a strategy to introduce misinformation into the educational mainstream. Now at this time, the board is in a position to push back on this attack on educational integrity. Do the right thing. Do the American thing. Vote against removing books from library shelves. Vote against providing a path to textbook censorship. Thank you.
So we're at 30 minutes. Does anyone want to make a motion to extend 30 minutes?
I couldn't hear you.
I said we're at 30 minutes. Would anyone like to make a motion to extend 30 minutes?
I move to add another 30 minutes to the public comment.
Second?
Second.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we'll add 30 more minutes.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Shepard, and I am a longtime resident of Hunterdon County, actually 48 years. And I come here as a taxpayer. There are many people who have made eloquent arguments about the content of the book. I come here as the taxpayer that is concerned about how this board is behaving. When Let's Talk About It was complained about, and I understand that was that process that the complaint was established, but when it was complained about, a committee was formed according to Rule 9130. And the committee was chartered to evaluate the material against a selection criteria outlined in Policy 2530. The evaluation by the committee resulted in an 80% favorable rating for the material, 4 out of 5 points in the rubric. The policy further states that no challenge material can be removed solely because it represents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. The principles of intellectual freedom, the right to access materials, and the integrity of the certified library media personnel must be defended. We have laws and policies designed with the intent of producing good outcomes for all. We don't always agree on those outcomes, but the intention is to get to a good outcome for all. We live in a society who expects our schools to be respectful of the laws and policies under which it operates. We cannot choose to ignore principles because of personal opinions. If we are worried about what our children learn, make sure that you point out to your children that bullies have no place to be, that those people who are role models, who are bullies, and who bully our librarian in Facebook, like you know they have been doing that, those people are wrong. Make sure your children know that. The spouse of a sitting board member is publishing some of those insults on Facebook. And I respectfully request that that board member recuse herself from voting on this topic. I offer these thoughts with the hope that they can get us to the right decision for all, and in particular for the students who could benefit from getting access to this book. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Enrique Hernandez. I live in Lebanon Township. And, I went to high school a few years ago, but I still remember a few things. And I can tell you that when I went to school, I wish I had had a book like this, because the sex education that I got was from discarded Playboy magazines and the comments my friends made on the bus or on the way home. And I tell that story to illustrate what happens when there's a field of ignorance. Ignorance doesn't mean innocence. Ignorance is fertile field for misinformation. And if we don't allow students access to vetted scientific information, then that field will be filled with lies, garbage, and conspiracy-type theories. So I encourage the board to allow this book to remain and to allow students to have access to verified scientific information. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexa Offenhauer. I live in the town of Clinton. I am an alum of North Hunterdon, 1999. I've been here before. In fact, I realized as I was writing up my notes that when I started coming here, I did not need reading glasses, and now I do. So that's how long this has been going on. And I want to thank you for your time as well, for listening to all of us. Over the last few years, when I've been here, I've talked about many things. I've talked about the value of expertise, and I've pointed out that these books are universally applauded by librarians and other educators. I've talked about, and other people have talked about, the importance of learning through reading, which is the safest and most age-appropriate way for teens to encounter new ideas and become informed about the world they are entering. I've also said that the arguments against these books are largely disingenuous. That if any of the people who have been slandering the North Hunterdon librarian actually believed her to be a pedophile or sex offender, they wouldn't have been almost completely absent from these meetings for the last few months. Tonight, I want to appeal to you directly, specifically to your reputation as a Board of Education and the reputation of this district. The people who want Let's Talk About It removed from the library want you to believe that the world has recently gone crazy. They want you to believe that this is a new issue, that radical extremists are suddenly trying to infiltrate schools with graphic materials, and that this is about your duty to protect the kids. The truth is, this is a story as old as time, or at least as old as the Gutenberg printing press. There have been innumerable attempts to remove books from the public sphere over the years. Many of them have been called book bans. Few of them have been called book bans by the people doing the banning. They've always cited public safety and decency, and history has never treated them kindly. So please see this for what it is: removing books from the public sphere because a small minority finds them indecent is absolutely a book ban. If you allow it to happen, it will be a smear on the reputation of this board and this district, and history won't treat it kindly. Vote to keep the book and do what you can to stop this from happening again. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Levin. I live in North Brunswick, but my niece will be in this school in a few years. She's only 3 right now, though, so we've got a few years, thankfully. I'm currently employed by 2 public libraries, and I am pursuing my master's degree in Library and Information Science at Rutgers University. The book in question tonight, Let's Talk About It, has been criticized as erotic, pornographic, obscene, and inappropriate. I would like to remind the board that erotic and pornographic as adjectives mean that something was created specifically with the intention of being sexually arousing and are not accurate terms to describe an informational resource for teens experiencing new and unfamiliar physical and emotional changes who are looking for accurate explanatory material about the normal effects of puberty. This book has been described by objectors as, quote, instructing minors how to violate NJ's sexting law, end quote. For anyone who has actually read the book, you will see the book clearly and unequivocally states that there are, quote, serious legal consequences for sharing naked photos of folks under 18, end quote, and specifically instructs them to wait until they are a legal adult. It is the duty of this country's educational institutions to provide information, not to decide which students are mature enough to seek out or interact with this information. In fact, your own policy 2530 instructs the certified librarian to provide materials that take into consideration the varied interests, abilities, and learning styles of the users. Students have a First Amendment right to make their own choices about their reading materials, and a school library is, by its very nature, a voluntary avenue of investigation. Students are free to ignore or make use of these materials in accordance with their constitutional rights. In addition, studies have shown that the lack of this type of sexual education drastically increases risk of being victims of sexual violence. By providing this optional material for students, we are in fact contributing to their protection from sexual violence, assault, and trafficking. I call on you, the board, to make the only reasonable decision and protect the right to read for all of your students. Thank you.
Good evening, Hunterdon Board of Education and community members. My name is Sam Matera, and I'm a resident of Middlesex County. I've worked as a librarian for various libraries across Pennsylvania and New Jersey, including Drexel University Libraries, Monmouth County Library System, and Piscataway Public Library. I'm here this evening, the same as I was a few months ago, in order to support the freedom to read and brilliant, kind librarian Martha Hickson. It's incredibly disappointing to see that these conversations are still happening and that she's being attacked simply for doing her job. Public school librarians perform many duties in addition to maintaining diverse collections that provide books for all students, not just one particular type of student. They teach classes, perform outreach within local communities, support staff, and even contribute to research efforts. Collection management isn't one simple task that takes place over the course of a single day. Collections are ever-changing to represent current students and support their students' needs. It's not uncommon to work over the course of several weeks or months to check between budget concerns, scrape award lists, and speak with students directly to get feedback on what type of materials it is that they're looking for. A great deal of this work is based upon the foundations set forth by the International Library Association, which affirms that children have the right to read. Here in the United States, the Supreme Court has ruled that children's right to read is specifically tied to the First Amendment. Concerning the title that's been challenged, let's talk about it. It's been both my professional experience, but more importantly, noted by the World Health Organization, that access to high-quality sex education resources covering the topic of consent ultimately protects teens. As another gentleman had mentioned a few folks up, I wish I had access to this book when I was 16 years old. In my experience, sex education in New Jersey public schools in 2008 was narrowly focused on STDs and didn't mention anything about LGBTQ+ topics. We need better access to these inclusive resources more than 15 years later in 2024. Lastly, I want to remind folks what providing access to materials in a library might actually look like. Martha isn't forcing students to read this or any other book if they're not comfortable with it. What she and many of us librarians are doing is keeping some copies of this and other high-quality titles available on the shelf where a student has the opportunity to pick it up after seeking information on these topics. Perhaps the title gets highlighted in a book display during Sexual Health Week in September. There's nothing obscene about that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Martha Hickson, librarian at North Hunterdon High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. There are others who wish to have their voices heard tonight but are unable to be here due to lack of transportation, National Honor Society inductions, or the pressure of upcoming AP exams. I'm speaking, of course, about the students you were elected to serve. It's a matter of great concern that students have been shut out of the decision-making process for Let's Talk About It, a book written about them and for them. We're not talking about grade schoolers here. Our two high schools are home to some of the best and brightest young adults in the country, two of whom sit at your table every month. Yet, despite our requests, no students were included on the reconsideration committee. And the only opinions in that report are those of adults whose own adolescence, like mine, ended decades ago when smartphones were the stuff of science fiction. When faced with an obstacle, though, today's teens always find a way through. In this case, they voice their opinions in the library. When students approach me to express their concerns, I urge them to write their ideas down so that I might share their thoughts with you. So tonight, other community members and I will read aloud the words students wrote, words they want you to hear. All you have to do is listen. One student says, "Don't ban the book. It helps those who don't know about the topic and aren't comfortable talking to their family about it. It helps them understand emotions and thoughts that are normal at this age, as well as giving clear and accessible information that is backed up, as opposed to what they hear at school, which can be wrong or not healthy." Another student says, "Don't ban the book. I'd rather be comfortable learning about safe sex acts and personal pleasure from a book rather than online or asking a teacher or parent, because they don't need to know my sex life. The book is there to help and aid when we want to learn by ourselves. And if you're an older adult and this makes you uncomfortable, ask yourself why. Does it make you uncomfortable to learn about your own body? Or are you just trying to ban a book because it talks about sex? Take a look at yourself and really dig deep at the real reason you don't like the book." And I'll finish with one final comment that wasn't written down. It's feedback a student gave me in November after they read Let's Talk About It. The student said, "Thank you for having books like this in the library. I don't have anybody at home I can talk to about these things." Our students come from a wide range of backgrounds, live in a variety of family settings, and carry an assortment of burdens, many of them unknown to us. I am proud that our library and our library books provide a safe, private space for students to independently seek answers to the questions that concern them. Please keep it that way. Thank you for listening.
My name is Doug Eaton. I'm from Washington Borough. Good evening, board members. I'm here to read student comments into the public record. And one student says, again, don't ban the book. So many teens, especially in high school, struggle with identifying themselves and their sexuality. It's especially hard in a judgment environment that is driven by single-minded, hormonal teenagers that get brainwashed by adults like the ones who are trying to ban books just like because of their old, outdated, homophobic mindset. Parents like them haven't been in high school for years, and they have no idea how hard trying to identify yourself and educating yourself is, and they have no right to have an opinion on this. Another student says, don't ban the book. This book provides information for teens on how to be safe. It is a great resource for information, especially if a teen is in an environment where they are uncomfortable to ask their parents. This book is simply for education and may inform teens on things they were unaware of. It also is not required for anyone to read this book. It is simply a choice. Reading this book is a right for students, and banning it will not only violate freedom to read, but also freedom of the press. Every parent educates their child differently. So even if you don't like it, some parents are completely fine with it. And this student says, don't ban the book. It is literally just a book. It doesn't need to be banned. Finally, after submitting their own comment, one student went home and brought in a comment from their mother who says, don't ban the book. While some people may feel uncomfortable with the subject matter, this book provides educational information some teens may be too scared to ask questions about. There is nothing in the book that forces any teen to feel pressured about, as it is informational. Not to mention, if someone does not want to read it, they don't have to. Do not punish other teens that simply want information about what they could be experiencing with their bodies or emotions because adults are uncomfortable with it. No book should be banned. Don't like it? Don't read it? But if my teen wants to, she has every right to access it. I have one thing to say to the board. Don't ban the book.
Ma'am, 1 second. Sir, excuse me, sir, can I just make a request? Can you just please move down? I don't have any issue with you taking pictures, but just please respect the board members. Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am, please continue, sorry. Thank
My
you, sir.
name is Lisa Bogart. I am here as a representative from NJLA and NJASL, which is the New Jersey Association of School Librarians, on the Rapid Response Task Force team because of situations like this. There really are two issues here. The first is the official issue concerning the book, Let's Talk About It. And then there are, of course, the bullying and harassment issues pre-official challenge and now with the official challenge. The book in contention is a vetted and well-reviewed and received book written for teens in comic format to discuss the changes adolescents experience as their bodies transition from childhood to adulthood. There are questions addressed in the book that many high school students are curious about, but many are reluctant to ask an adult about. The book serves as a responsible and appropriate source of truthful, valid information. Many students obtain information about sex, sexuality, and their changing bodies through sources that are often unreliable and may be completely wrong or incomplete. Our high school students are also likely to seek out information on the internet, Googling all kinds of information. Firewalls at home, at school, parental controls on tablets and teens' phones do not mean that these adolescents are able to bypass all these supposed safeguards quite easily. You raise smart kids, they figure it out. And then, of course, there is the dark web, accessed quite easily through Tor browsers, The Onion, and torrents. Reddit is one forum where students, and actually anyone, can search easily and find all kinds of information, including all the sexual and bodily changes. Some sites may provide good information, more provide misinformation, and quite honestly, all kinds of pornography. So honestly, where do you want to have your student find out about the changes going on in their bodies now? Secondly, you all have let down this amazing, nationally recognized educator and librarian 3 times, not once. You have allowed personal bullying, harassment, and attacks to carry on. You should all be ashamed that you have not done something about that.
Good evening, board members. I'm Amy Penwell. I'm speaking here as a representative of the New Jersey Association of School Librarians, and I read Let's Talk About It. As an educator, a basic tenet of teaching is you have to meet the students where they are. So where are today's students? According to the Journal of Pediatrics and Parenting, 95% of teens ages 13 to 17 have a cell phone. According to Common Sense Media, they spend an average of 8.5 hours a day on screens using social media, gaming, and texting. They post images of themselves and their friends on Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and other platforms. And some share intimate images in a form of 21st century romantic expression known as sexting. The Washington Post reported that 19% of teens have sent a sext, 35% of teens have received one, and 15% have forwarded one without consent. So if this is where students are, what can we do about it? One school of thought, lock up the phones, prohibit the platforms, and punish the behavior. Ignore it, maybe it'll go away. Another approach is education. Teaching students about the hazards and safety tips associated with potentially risky behaviors like drinking, drugs, and sexual intimacy is a strategy known as harm reduction. The harm reduction approach emphasizes and recognizes that the most effective tool is knowledge. Experts at the Harvard School of Education recommend harm reduction. Dr. Emily Weinstein and Dr. Carrie James warn that admonishing teens about sexting leaves them without sufficient information, when what teens want and need is help understanding the risks and learning strategies for dealing with sexting dilemmas. The New Jersey Standards for Comprehensive Health and Physical Education also adopt a harm reduction approach to sexting. Those standards require instruction on sexting that teaches the consequences of sharing sexually explicit images and strategies to communicate effectively, safely, and with empathy when using digital images. The 5-page chapter about sexting, and Let's Talk About It, takes a harm reduction approach. Apart from the dialogue between characters and the cartoon word balloons, there are 384 words in the informational text passages in that chapter. Of those words, 276, or 72% of them, deal with consent, respect, safety, and legal issues associated with sexting. The book clearly warns that digital photos are permanent and impossible to retract. It states the legal consequences for sexting under age 18. It stresses the need for consent from all parties, and it provides for strategies for privacy and safety. The evidence from the text, which, by the way, is not included, one word of it, in your reconsideration report, demonstrates that Let's Talk About It meets teens where they are in order to help them navigate the pressures of young adulthood in the 21st century. Your job tonight is to give those teens the tools they need. Retain Let's Talk About It.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for your time and your patience and your reception and understanding. I know it's tough to be a volunteer. Your You're often underappreciated. I'm a professional volunteer myself. My name is Joy LaBelle. I'm from Union Township, and I'd like to remind you of your role and all those attending of what a school board member does. According to the New Jersey Board Association, your role is to represent the, quote, to represent the concerns of the citizens to the school administrators and to represent the needs of the students and the school district back to the citizens. Many others tonight will speak about your responsibility to students, so I'd like to focus on your responsibility to the community at large, a community that has tried in every way possible to let you know that it does not support book banning. Since the orchestrated and politically motivated attacks on libraries began in 2021, national and local surveys have shown that the large majorities of American and New Jersey residents oppose book banning. There's a Rutgers-Eagleton poll released in February that found out 58% of New Jersey residents are more concerned about book banning than they are about the students engaging in controversial topics. An October 2023 Ipsos poll found that 78% of Americans are less likely to support candidates who favor book bans, a result that should be of interest to any of those who plan to run for your seat again. A September 2023 survey by Every Library and Book Riot found that 67% of parents think book banning is a waste of time, 74% say that book bans infringe on their rights to make decisions for their own children, and 82% support teens having access to content on controversial subjects. As they've said previously, it's much safer to read a book than to have to be told misinformation on the bus. If you need further proof that our community opposes your book banning, just look at our lovely, fabulous audience here tonight. I couldn't find a red shirt, so I've got a red scarf. So we are all dressed in red to show that we want books to be read, not banned. Think too about all the board meetings since the fall of 2021, where we also showed up with all the masks that matched when you were in the theater, so you could see in the audience, even if we couldn't speak, how many people were opposed to book banning. Who here, look at the red people, show up month after month without fail? All of those who stand up for intellectual freedom. Often we are the only community members here. The last meeting was a little light on attendance, and it was all of us. We come back again and again because we know you need our support in the face of a small minority. I'm here tonight to present a petition to keep Let's Talk About It with live and digital signatures. Thank you.
One more? Yeah, we have 2 minutes on time.
Okay, thank you. Guy Citron, Tewksbury. Back in 1973, a guy named Marvin Miller was sending out dirty pictures in the mail for some kind of business purpose. This caused a big legal fight that ended up at the US Supreme Court, which created the Miller test, the measure for defining what is too obscene to be protected as free speech in literature. From start to finish, a book in question must be 1, intended to cause arousal, while 2, being intentionally offensive, as like in truly your worst imagination, and 3, devoid of any educational value. Despite claims to the contrary, not a single book in our district's libraries meets these 3 factors of the Miller test for obscenity, so objections on those grounds are unfounded. US Supreme Court case Island Tree versus Pico further established that libraries are a place of voluntary inquiry, an activity which underpins free speech. That's the Miller test, and that's constitutional law. An active minority of extremists has no right to ban a book that other parents of the community clearly find valuable and age appropriate. Having to argue this freedom to read in modern times is beyond sad, and it's completely un-American. President Farr Banish, Your own reconsideration committee has confirmed that Let's Talk About It is not obscene. So if anyone on the board votes to ban the book, they should have to prove to the public here and now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, how it is so offensive that it outweighs every student's First Amendment right to read it. Even though some people have concerns about some pages in the book, the Moms for Liberty nationwide have been exploiting this exact kind of situation. States like Florida are now suffering for having gone too extreme. Thousands of titles are no longer available to students, including, in some districts, Webster's Dictionary. Why? Because it contains references to sex. There is a right and a wrong here, and banning books is dangerous and wrong. Please continue to check extremism, protect our world-class public education here in New Jersey, and let our world-class educators do their job. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at 1 hour, and we have a lot to complete tonight. Obviously, I'll still ask all of you, does anyone want to make a motion to extend or continue on with business? Okay, so we're going to end public session. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, all of you, for your comments, and I do appreciate it. So moving on to, yeah, thank you. So moving on to agenda item 11 regarding the book. So as a way of background, a request for library materials reconsideration on the book, Let's Talk About It by Erica Moen and Matthew Nolan, was submitted on February 13, 2024 by a member of the public. The request being to remove the book from the library. Per Regulation 9130, Superintendent Bender formed a review committee that included 6 members, 3 members from the administration, including a principal, vice principal, and health teacher, a librarian not from our school district, and a former school counselor, school administrator, parent, and a board member. The committee met on 3 separate occasions in March and April. Each committee member reviewed that book and read the book and completed a questionnaire. Committee member findings were then collected into a reconsideration report. Committee member questionnaires and the reconsideration report, were distributed to board members on April 18th, and per Regulation 9130, the reconsideration report was provided to the complainant on April 19th. Findings were that 3 committee members voted to retain the book, that they felt merits outweighed drawbacks, and 3 committee members voted to remove the book based in part on the sexting chapter and concerns related to sexting. So at this time, I would ask, does anyone on the board wish to make a motion regarding the book, regarding the public complaint, to remove the book from the library? Let's talk about it.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to remove the book, Let's Talk About It, because it violates New Jersey state obscenity law.
Is there a motion or second to that?
I second it.
Okay, so any discussion on this? So the motion is to remove the book because that it violates New Jersey state obscenity law.
So, as most of you know, I'm one of the student representatives, so I have spoken to multiple students about this book, not just my friends, because I didn't want them to just tell me what I already think. And I've had a lot of people read the book and tell me that they found it very impactful, because although there are some chapters that aren't that great, the book as a whole did educate them about consent and safety, and a lot of them had realized that their consent and safety had been violated in the past, and that prompted them to speak to their parents about it, which helped them find closure in that. And this book has also been, it's been said to me by the students that this book isn't going to encourage them to sext, because I did bring up that that is a common issue that people have been mentioning. It's not encouraging students to sext, rather it's telling them not to because of that passage that says it's illegal when you're a minor. A lot of students that I do know have been sexting, and so I have recommended to them to read that chapter specifically so that they know the legal ramifications of that action. So I just wanted to let you know what the students have been saying to me.
Any other comments? Thank you. Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I wanted to say, when I was running to become a board member, one of the first things, when I spoke to other board members, not from this board, from other boards, I spoke to a longtime board member, and the one thing they told me, the one thing you need to learn as a board member is we don't run the district. We hire the professionals who run the district. The book has been vetted. It's been found to not be obscene. It's been approved by, national organizations to come to the district, and then it's reviewed by our administration and our librarian to be part of the library. I don't think we can make decisions when we're not the professionals.
The professional in question who has been read through this book and decided to allow it to be in our library has a master's in library science and 19 years of experience being a school librarian. So I do think that point stands towards her professionalism.
So I'd like to comment. So I think an important thing that we need to keep in mind is that the book is supposed to be viewed as a whole. And the majority of that book has a lot of really good information in it that's been helpful to students, as we've been hearing, that it's a helpful book. And it may not have been something that we would have ever seen in high school, but that doesn't mean that it's not appropriate for students today. The other point is that the book does not meet the terms of the Miller test, and that is from the Supreme Court decision, which is the supreme law of the land, and supersedes anything in the state regulations. And based on and all of the prongs of the Miller test have to be met in order to consider something obscene. And finally, and I think the point is a very good one, under the Board of Education versus PICO Supreme Court case, the board does not have the right to remove a book from a library just because people have an opinion about that material. If it's a book that passes all requirements, we need to leave it in the libraries. And I think as parents have the ability to make a decision as to how they want to raise their children and decide what books they read and what materials and whatever else they're going to read. But we should not be taking the approach that we're going to restrict what students should have access to. Because on top of it, we don't want to sit here reviewing every book that the librarians select that have been reviewed by different peer reviews and other journals as a matter of course. Otherwise, that will become our primary job here, and I don't believe that's what we were elected to do.
So just for the record, right, let's be clear, right, Ms. Cotran, as a layperson, her opinion is it does not violate obscenity law.
That's
Ms.
fair.
Gallo's lay opinion is that it violates obscenity law, right? So I want to be very clear. It is their lay opinion, not the opinion of the board, not the opinion of our council, is their lay opinion. So
I would like to just talk a little bit about the New Jersey State Obscenity Law when it comes to minors. So it's 2C34.3, which just says obscene material means any description, narrative, account, display, depiction of specified anatomical area or specified sexual activity. Contained and consisting of a picture of a representation, publication, sound recording, live performance. Obscene, hold on, sorry, wrong note. Means any description, narrative, account, display, depiction of specified anatomical area, specified sexual activity contained in or consistent of a picture or representation, publication, which means posing, composition, format, or animating sensual details emits sensuality with sufficient impact to concentrate prurient interest on that area of activity. Area means human male genitals in discernibly turgid state, even if covered. Human genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, any active human masturbation, sexual intercourse, or deviate sexual intercourse. Fondling of erotic touching or covered or uncovered human genitals. I mean, when you look at this and you take the pictures from this book, this is clearly what it sees. This is clearly what it shows. So as I understand that there might be some important things in this book, I think those topics are probably covered in a lot of other different books. But this one in particularly, with the pictures of masturbation, an x-ray of a penis inside of a vagina. I mean, what else would you consider as obscene when it states in the New Jersey law, which you cannot...
Okay. Please. Okay, all right, please, board discussion, thank you.
The obscene is described in the law. I'm not making this up. It's in the law.
Okay, please. Okay, all right, please.
First of all, this is, when we come to the federal, and what Beth was saying about the Miller test, that I understand that, okay? But this is New Jersey state law. The state law still stands. We all took oaths to the Constitution to uphold our constitutional rights, the Constitution, and the laws. Okay, this is a violation if we vote obscene material, which is specified. I mean, we all have eyes, and we all have ears, and we can read, and we can see this. This is exactly what the book says. Okay, and then the other thing is we do have sexting laws. We have child pornography laws that this book violates. There's endangering the welfare of minors. I mean, this is not just obscene material. You know, if a senior, and as we are heard very clearly from the school, that sexting is happening, and another student said there was stuff happening in the bathrooms. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't understand that was really going on, and I'm hoping the administration is dealing with it, and I trust that they are. Okay, but if there's sexting, if a senior is 18 years old, sexting somebody who is underage, that's a crime. That is a crime. So,
Can I comment?
Okay.
I did read the book.
Okay, Nicole, talk to us.
Sorry.
It's okay.
The whole book.
So what I wanted to comment back is everything you're saying is your opinion as a layperson. I would like to take the opinion of the National Association that has reviewed the book, that has recommended the book, the professionals who went to school and studied, and they're the ones making the recommendations for this book. I apologize, but I don't want to take just your personal opinion. I want to take the national opinion. If 97% of dentists say use this toothpaste, I'm going to use that toothpaste.
And I won't, because I don't use fluoride. But anyway, my point of the matter is the American Library Association, in that the 2530 that states that we support the ALA, okay, I wasn't on the board when that policy was written, so I do not support the ALA.
I would like to bring up.
But you have to.
That's an opinion. I don't have
to
to.
follow the policies.
I am following the policy, but I didn't write that policy.
You have to follow them anyway, you're a board member.
Okay, please.
I have.
Gosh,
Okay, please stop. Please stop. Am I allowed to let this be?
I have 2 points that I'd like to bring up. First of all, I would like to request that everyone respects the board members here, whether your opinion agrees with them or disagrees with them, because they're all humans.
Thank you, Jude.
Additionally, I do want to mention that depictions of genitals, they aren't necessarily pornographic or obscene just because of what they're showing, in my opinion. Because my biomed textbook has much more graphic detail on its vagina.
And that's a bio, and I agree with you, and that's a bio. Sorry.
Point of information for our board. We're having board discussions. I mean, I respect what you're saying, but this is, this dialogue is between elected officials.
I was elected.
No, that is true.
I'm waiting, I've been trying to make contact with our attorney. Is that, this,
Okay, please stop. Hold on.
First of all, members of the public are not invited to speak at this time. Speaking out when it's not public comment could be considered disruptive of this meeting. You did have your full time. You were allotted an hour. So, a student representative is allowed to speak.
okay, thank you.
Jude, thank you for your comments. Thank you for bringing those perspectives to this conversation. I am not supportive of removing the book. I know that folks will disagree on that. I am sensitive to the fact that as folks read this book, there were portions and passages that they found mature or troublesome. As I read it, I tried to keep those concerns in mind. It prompted a number of questions for me that while I read the book and while I do not agree with those who were requesting removal based on the sexting chapter, I thought the sexting chapter was quite clear about minors not engaging with it and the dangers of consenting adults that they risk if they should engage with it. It did prompt in me, though, some questions about this book obviously is not our primary educational mode around sexting. Our health and sex ed curriculum is. So it did prompt me to ask where sexting is addressed in our curriculum. One of the things you learn is that the K-12 standards on sex ed are fairly broadly written, but they do require that sexting be addressed. There was also a passage on sexual abuse and harassment in the book that I found very eye-opening and very educational, that somebody who was potentially being abused would find questions to answer there that would lead them to resources and guidance to get help. And actually, I was amazed that the book went even further and addressed potential sexual predators, asking them a series of questions that, should they answer yes to those questions, they should be seeking guidance and potentially turning themselves over to law enforcement. But it did prompt in me where in our curriculum we are addressing these things. And the answer was, we may not be addressing it that consistently. It may happen in, I believe it was one time in middle school. I believe part of Teen Pep addressed something, and something else might have come up in one other place. But I did get from those reports that there was concern, perhaps from administration, that sexting is an issue, and we've heard comments to that effect. It does make me wonder if a conversation among the vice principals, that if this is a challenge that we are facing, there might be a conversation to be had with the sex ed curriculum. Are we conveying the messages that I feel are in this book strongly enough to students throughout their time here? Similarly, it does require education around sexual abuse and harassment. Likewise, are we addressing that sufficiently in our curriculum? Something else I asked, because I feel as though I've heard it in a number of comments, emails, was this question of, if a parent objects to a book, do they have the option to restrict their child's access to it? I did hear that in a number of places, but when I asked the administration, I was told that no, we do not have something currently like that in place. And even though I did see emails that were from parents where they said they were doing that, before we ever consider removal of a book for everyone, I think we should seriously be exploring pathways like that to recognize the concerns of those who do want to restrict access to their children before we consider complete removal. So just a few thoughts.
To add to that, point, another lens with the idea of parents would have an option to restrict a book
for their kid if we have incoming freshmen and we have so many parents who have new kids in the district, and they're going to have no clue what books are in the library. So they don't even have the knowledge to say, I need to restrict this kind of book. So I can't wrap myself around that argument.
Well, one further question I asked was, what percentage of families are opting out of any part of our sex ed curriculum? Because perhaps erroneously, I was assuming that if there were parents who were particularly concerned about the nature of the sex ed that we were providing, they would be opting out as freshmen or out of that curriculum. The answer was it was 2% of our kids, generally freshman year, which numerically is about 12 kids per year. It might give or take. I think that gives us a sense of the size of the audience that might be cautious around topics like this. And again, I would suggest that if we want to, for the folks who are opting out of Teen Pep, if there's further conversation to have, to your point, Christina, that maybe there are there books that you would be concerned about, that you would want to have a conversation about and see if there's something that would limit your child's access to that. I recognize a parent's right to have that conversation. I'm just very reluctant to make some sort of definitive move on behalf of that voice for all.
Regarding the Teen Pep, I don't think that many freshman parents are fully aware of what is discussed in Teen Pep and how it, the shows and acting and all the things that they do. I don't think many parents are aware of it. I know that I've had 3 kids go through the school now, and the parents, I went through it once, so I understood, and I knew, how to opt my child out. But the bottom line was other parents were like, wait, I didn't even know this existed. I just figured sex ed was sex ed. I didn't understand that freshmen or juniors were teaching the freshmen. So on that note, I understand your concern, only maybe 12 people are opting out, but I think that's only 12 people because they don't fully understand the whole concept behind Teen Pep and the curriculum and how students are teaching students. From the experience and the conversations that I've had.
Yeah, staying on the topic of the book, I think it's concerning, very much so. That's why we have a complaint. However, hearing from our attorney earlier.
So let's not talk about his opinion.
Okay.
Sorry, John.
It's all right. So I don't believe personally that it rises to the level of, removing the book entirely from the library. However, you look at the report and you see concern from some of the people, obviously, that voted to remove. And I think we need to do a better job of addressing some of those concerns, going forward and potentially with this book. Like I said, I don't think it rises to that level based upon a lot of the definitions that we've heard tonight, that it needs an outright ban, but I think it needs to be held with special gloves, because there are concerns, and we heard them in this report. So I think we need a better job to be sensitive and so that all can be happy, or happier.
John, I think you and Brendan make really good points about the fact that the report definitely did provide some insight, right? And I think, it comes down to what's not happening at the schools that we may have to address. And so it brought that to light. And maybe that's something that we look into further so that we can make sure that the students are more educated on some of these topics.
And I just want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that that's the result. What I'm suggesting is it rises to that level of, if a conversation among the principals and vice principals are that, yes, sexting is an issue here, one that and believe me, I have an appreciation for the life of the vice principal who has to deal with that, and the families that are involved, and the trauma that's involved for the kids as well. If our concern is that is happening, I think it's incumbent upon us to see to it that the educational conversations are happening so that we can go and look at that and say, all right, is there a reduction of this type of behavior based on what may or may not be happening, based on stronger educational efforts.
So, in my lay opinion, I can't support a vote to remove a book because it violates obscenity law, because I don't think it violates obscenity law. I don't support removing this book in general, so I will say that outright. However, I will say we burn a huge amount of oxygen in this room on this topic. I'm just being honest with us, okay? I'm getting to the point where I'm upset that we're not talking about other things. I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm just frankly honest. I'm upset that we're not talking about our kids' grades, about our kids' emotional stability, our kids getting into schools, are our kids prepared for the next step after leaving here, for trade, law enforcement. We're just burning a huge amount of energy on this. So we have to find a better solution to this, okay? Because we cannot keep burning energy like this. I'm going to be honest, because we're not doing our jobs. I don't know if that means policy needs to think about a way that we can find a happy medium, all right? And I think the world is full of compromise. And I don't know what that answer is, but maybe policy needs to think about, can we find a way, and listen, I appreciate everyone's opinions, and I hear all of the opinions. I really do. But there has to be a way to find hopefully a middle ground, and maybe that's policy. And I'm certainly not asking, I'm not speaking to the crowd or Ms. Hickson, but maybe she, as among us, maybe she has some ideas to possibly find a way to keep these books available to students, but find ways to address the concerns that obviously many parents have. And again, I don't have answers to that. But I will say, as a collective board and administration, we have to find a better way to deal with this, because we are not addressing things that I really wish we'd be addressing. I apologize for grandstanding. So at the moment, we have a motion to remove this book based on the opinion that it violates New Jersey obscenity law.
I think that's really important to state.
That
is the motion.
That is the motion right now.
Based on violating New Jersey obscenity law.
Right, that's the motion. So I guess the first question is that we can vote on that motion, or does anyone wish to change that motion? Okay, so we will take a roll call vote on that motion.
Ms. Cagno?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
No.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
No.
Ms. Cotran?
No.
Mr. McIsaac?
No.
Mr. Mueller?
No.
Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
Yes.
Mr. Spanton?
No.
Ms. Viado is absent, and Mr. Farbanish?
No.
Motion does not carry.
Okay. Okay. So based on that, the request to move the book is denied, and the book remains on the shelf. Okay, so moving on to item 12, curriculum instruction technology. Beth, do you have a readout?
Why don't you start?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Community relations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Wait,
Oh,
curriculum, 12.
We have to quickly.
I'm sorry, hold on, just a
We're on,
second.
it's all right, it's all right. All right, so we're on
I need to regroup.
curriculum. That's all right, no worries.
Hold on.
What?
No, we're on curriculum.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We're on item 11, curriculum. Read out from curriculum.
Curriculum, right. Sorry.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you. I gotta go back.
Okay, okay.
As soon as you get back,
All right, so I have to make a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes? Just wait. All right. I guess we're taking a quiet break.
We're still in public session.
We're still in.
Run to the bathroom. So if somebody has to run to the bathroom, yes, we're not officially recessing right now.
No, I was just saying, you can't hear over here.
Okay, sorry.
You can't use them.
Sorry.
I think that people just went to the bathroom, and we're waiting for people, I guess, to settle down. I'm not sure.
Agenda item 12, Curriculum Instruction Technology Committee Report.
Yes, now I'm on the same page. Okay. Great. So the Curriculum Instruction and Technology Committee met on May 1st. Everyone was in attendance. We had a special guest, Guillermo Vargas de la Cas. Hopefully I said that right. Sorry. And I'll discuss his participation in just a minute. So the first thing we went through were talking about the district professional development plan to inform the professional development goals for the different departments and the individual staff members. So we discussed that piece. We also talked about surveying students to get more feedback on what they think needs to be focused on for the professional development plans. We talked about the school climate survey, which parents and students, as well as staff, receive each year. So looking at that, we discussed special class programs, like the autism program that we have in the district to help reduce the number of out-of-district placements. Some of the programs even have bring students in from out of district. So our program is actually very well received in other districts. Then we looked at the consultant list for the rates for the 24-25 school year, and we discussed holding off on approving those lists until next year as opposed to month by month. We'll wait till we have the full list and then approve it. So the committee supports all of those items, and we'll be asking you to vote on those today. We also discussed the summer curriculum hours. These are for teachers that'll be working over the staff and teachers who would be working over the summer to work on different aspects of the curriculum. And so we talked about that. We talked about additional hours for revisions that are going to be coming forward on the AP courses by the College Board. So additional time needed to be implemented there. And we also talked about the weighting for common assessments, which is a topic that we're going to continue to pick up at the next meeting. We did start having a conversation about artificial intelligence, and that's where Guillermo stepped in and provided us with a lot of really good information. We've added different lessons to the different grades, to grades 9 through 11 on digital citizenship. But we were talking more about the generative AI and talking about where its place is in both for teachers and staff and then the students. We definitely feel it's an important topic to evaluate. We're going to be looking to see what other school districts have done from the standpoint of setting policies for students. And we're going to add it to our June agenda so that we can talk about it further. We didn't have enough time to talk about the third marking period grades, but hopefully we'll be able to report on that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Call for a motion and second to approve agenda items 12.1 through 12.4. Moved. John?
Second.
Brendan? Any questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Policy and security, Kim.
Yes, we had discussion regarding books, materials reconsideration form, as well as update on the NJSBA conversion process. In relation to agenda item 1, the book materials consideration form, we reviewed and discussed the changes requested to the form. The title was changed to add instructional as well, so it would match our policy and reg. It's now in alignment with the regulation language. We also added the name and addresses for both schools on the form because originally it was just one school. The form will now be universal for the district. The committee felt this new version of the form would ask for better, more detailed information for someone challenging a book or materials. The new form will be used in all future material challenges, and it is now in the offices. As far as NJSBA, presently the process to convert the existing manual was discussed. Admin team met with NJSBA on April 11th. They will be meeting again on June 13th for an update and progress check-ins. NJSBA will complete the entire manual conversion before giving it to us, as the numbering system is different. Once we have that new manual with all recommended language, the committee can review it and present to the board for adoption. And that's it.
Just a question. So if we adopt those policies, does that mean we won't have to have these kind of the meetings where we take the third and second and first readings will be done?
We discussed that, and admin's looking into the process that we'll use for the adoption of 2 readings. Am I correct, Rich? Correct me if I'm wrong.
So you're asking the whole adoption, right, Beth? Not
Yes,
like, yeah, okay.
exactly.
Yeah, but, we're not sure if it's gonna require 2 readings to adopt the entire policy manual.
Okay.
But anything subsequent after that that's changed would
Then
require
we'll
a
go
first and
back
second reading.
Right,
that
so
we
the
do now.
piecemeal changes and things. Okay. Okay.
NJSBA is working within our timelines, and there's no actions at this time. We also did talk about, there was a concern at Voorhees about cell service. Currently, repeaters that meet improvements in some areas, but not all areas have great reception, and it varies by cell carrier. So that's it for policy. Any questions?
All right, and there's no votes on that. So turning to finance, John?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, we started the meeting off with the budget, so, once again, Katie, thank you very much for all of that work. I'm glad that's all behind us. One item which came up in our committee meeting, and by the way, everybody was there, we met last Monday. One of the items that came up in public comments on the budget was regarding a bill moving through the legislature. I don't know where it stands right now, but it looks like they're going to give towns the ability to raise taxes in the amount equal to the lost funding that Katie illustrated over the last 6 or 7 years. So in that case, that's our budget. We've lost I think $1.8 million. So, but there's no free lunch there though. It's not that the state would be paying that amount. They're giving us a free pass to raise taxes in that amount if we choose. We haven't chosen to do that. We've met this budget the old-fashioned way. So even if it does pass, we don't anticipate needing to, go that route and hike taxes, which would be a substantial amount to, that 1.8 million. We've been able to get by without. So that's what we have on the budget. Additionally, we, let's see, excuse me. There's some capital work on the agenda regarding a review of the doors in the classroom doors in the school. So where they don't have proper closures and vision panels. So that work is moving to the front burner, I guess is the best way to put it. We need to complete that because that was flagged. Then other agenda item that you'll see, we're joining, there's a resolution regarding Bloomsbury that we're joining their regionalization study. I guess we'll be eligible for some grant funding for that process, so that's still working its way through. There's a contract with Hunterdon Central for transportation. There's a Honeywell agreement. This is to use up the remaining funds in that grant that we received. There's still money that hasn't been used, so we're going to be doing additional work to utilize that. One for a safety grant that'll help offset some Class 3 police costs. Also, the medical prescription dental renewal came in at 4.1% for the year, and the shift for the insurance medical is up 8%. Fortunately, we switched over to that a number of years ago, if you'll recall, because if you looked over at the state health benefit plan, which we left, it's usually those annual increases around 15%. So thanks very much, administration, Katie, Jeff, Rich, for encouraging that switch. There's a requisition of taxes. This is the payment schedule that's going out to all the towns based upon the budget we just passed. There's also multi-year contracts with Comcast and Lumen. They require 3-year commitments instead of annual. And then there's another $44,000 purchase of Chromebooks for the new next year's freshmen. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Can you, I'm interested to know more about the busing. Is this a solution to all our problems? Collaborating with Hunterdon Central?
We've always had this
Yeah.
collaboration. It's just a renewal document.
No, we saw problems.
This is,
No, we still problems.
this is more of the same. This is not.
Yeah, yes.
Not getting more of their services or something like that to help us. We still have the bus problem.
Right, and on top of that, it's a big driver. It was a big driver in our budget. I think the costs were up north of 10% between fuel being, where it is, and then wages for bus drivers that they're struggling to find, so. Sorry.
I'm drawing a blank on the school that wants to come into is it Bloomsbury? That's got to pull out
Yes.
of Phillipsburg?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the most recent update then. We
So
don't
this
have additional
Bloomsbury has
information.
passed a similar resolution
Yeah, right.
back in
Yep.
March. So we're basically lockstep with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they send.
They send to Phillipsburg.
They
They're
send.
not-
They
they're
send,
not
yeah.
part
That's
of-
what I meant.
They're
I know,
Hunterdon
yeah.
County, actually.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
They are part of Hunterdon County.
Right, yeah, that they were, that's right.
Yeah, and they want out.
Misstated,
They want
yeah.
out, yeah.
Katie, it's just a question, is that bill on the Senate floor, has it made any traction?
We were just speaking about that a few minutes ago. So it was supposed to be approved on May 9th, and now I believe it's the 15th. So we're still kind of.
So it was bumped?
13th.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're still waiting to see what happens with the vote.
Not that, we were going that, but it could be up to 10%?
9.9.
9.9.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's-
9.9.
9.9 is
Does
10.
everybody understand what that bill is? Right, does everyone get what we're talking about?
It's not that we can recoup the whole 6 years of the
Yeah.
S2 reductions, the whole 2 million. I believe it was 3 or 4 years out of it. I have it in the FFT notes, and we'll talk about it more next month if it actually passes. And it's approximately 3% of the budget, so if we were to take the entire amount that's available to us, it would be a 3% maximum, not the 9.9 that they're saying. That's just a maximum if you had that much loss.
And the board should keep in mind, the only part of the bill that's passed is past the assembly, so that the Senate could review it. I believe they've sent it to their Budget and Appropriations Committee. I believe we were told that it's gonna get voted on by the Senate, may come May 13th, which probably doesn't help much because budgets are supposed to be approved by May 14th. There is a companion bill, it's A4059, that gives the commissioner ability to adjust the schedules. That too is supposed to, I believe there was a hearing on that in the Senate May 6th. Presumably that'll go up on May 13th to be voted on at the same time. However, we don't know if the Senate is going to make revisions to the Assembly bill, which would mean that even if the Senate passed it, it would have to go back to the Assembly so that it could be revised so that the language passes, because it has to be the same language passes both houses, both the Assembly and the Senate. And then it goes to Governor Murphy, who has 45 days to sign it.
Is it, as proposed, is it just for this coming, like as a one-shot deal, like for this budget coming up? Or is it here's the law, now it's changed, and you guys can do this
We
whenever
had
you
that
want?
discussion in finance as well. I'm not sure if it'll be like bank cap where they'll give you a 3-year phase-in or not, but they don't have all those logistics figured out until it moves through the rest of the channels. So, but I will find out at some point when it does move through.
And then just from a logistical question then, so if it is passed, let's say Murphy signs it and all that kind of stuff, do we have to issue a referendum for that, or is it something that's just,
From what we heard, we would just amend the budget. You would have to have a new public hearing, amend the budget, and ask the board to vote on that new amended budget.
Okay.
So there would have to be consensus kind of at finance to propose that to the full board.
Okay.
And when would that amended budget have to be passed by?
That's a good question, and it would have to get passed.
That's the 4059 bill. So the 4059 bill says the Commissioner of Education is authorized to basically issue a new schedule. Doesn't put any specific dates into that bill.
I would hope soon, because we usually open the budget quite quickly.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay.
So I guess we need a motion.
Yep, so a call for motion and second to approve agenda items 14.1 to 14.18.
So moved.
Tara? Dan? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Just on 18.
Just an 18.
Okay.
Okay. Community relations.
Here we go.
Now we're there.
The committee met on Thursday, May 2nd at 6 o'clock virtually. All members were present except for Mr. Chapman, but he had a good excuse. I hope she had a good birthday. He forgot about us, but he was planning his wife's birthday, so good guy. Along with Rich Burgess and Marin Smagala and our president here. we had one agenda item that was a briefing paper on the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Gymnastics Co-op. There's no issue that needs to be voted on today, but Dr. Burgess reviewed the North had gymnastics team for about 23 years, but Voorhees has not had student interest to create a team, but right now there is student interest, so the teams, we're going to do a co-op where the Voorhees students are going to participate in a joint team like our ice hockey. So this will begin next year. So it's quite exciting for both schools to be able to participate together, and I wish them much success. Our second agenda item stemmed from our last meeting that was brought up by Beth and regarding a follow-up on an ad hoc that on reporting out on our activities. So I'm going to let her go ahead, and the committee discussed that we would do a semester, and we'll do a report out on the activities that are happening in both schools, both within staff training, administration, student activities, just so that we can keep a pulse on the fabric of our school district and make sure that we're being inclusive, diversified, equitable. So go ahead with the readout.
So I'm really happy to say, and I think all of the committee members were really pleased to see how much is being done across the administration, the staff, and the students have really taken a lot of initiative. From an administrative standpoint, Mr. Mislanka, right? And John Simpson met with some people from the Folk Institute back in March to talk about diversity issues and needs for the district and the potential to partner with their organization for staff training and student activities. They had a more recent meeting in April as well, and Dr. Cottrell was going to attend. In addition, Chris Mislanka attended an inclusivity summit at Roxbury High School in April. Approximately 60 students from different high schools participated in the conference, which focused on inclusivity through extracurricular activities and various team building activities. In addition, there was a Drew University Writing Project program that Chris Mislanka also attended, where there were workshops with DEI initiatives and focus on adding more DEI literature to the grades, like new novels and things, into the sophomore and junior curricula. There was also a Newsly professional development training for English and social studies teachers back in February. The program is entitled Embedding Culturally Responsive Practices, and the staff is going to explore additional the content on diverse experiences and curate content to further develop the program. And then finally, on the administration, there was a ninth grade assembly at Voorhees held at the end of April, entitled A Proud Heritage, the African American Presence in the Sauerland Mountain region and surrounding area. The presentation linked students to the study of early American history and included discussion about the inception of slavery in New Jersey and how Black codes impacted African Americans through history. They also had members of the Students for Change and African American History course students attended as well. From a staff activity standpoint, Maria Radis organized a group of students for both North and Voorhees to attend the Roxbury High School Inclusivity Summit, which was great. Students from the US Alliance, the Diversity Club, and Students for Change visited and met with other students. And an English staff member from North is going to attend a TCNJ workshop that covers best practices and practical strategies for creating inclusive and supportive environments within schools and the institution. So that's very positive. From a student standpoint, there's lots. I think it's really, really wonderful, and I think we have to give a lot of kudos to our students. The US Alliance at both schools continues to build community and encourage people to stand up and amongst the student body and encourage a diverse cross-section of the student body to help others. In January, so we're going back a little bit, North Hunterdon hosted the first Lion Leadership Summit focused on DEI and leadership topics. The students participated in and led team building activities like competitions and activities that focused on equity. And in December, the Voorhees Alliance led 58 students in a series of activities promoting connection among a diverse cross-section of the student body. And then you have additional groups like the Pride group from North Hunterdon and Voorhees, which is the former Spectrum program. They have regular meetings. The Diversity Club in both schools have been meeting. During Black History Month, there were a lot of activities that went on to reflect the celebration of the month. The Unified group has had some activities as well, including a Unified Students versus Teachers basketball game at North in February. And the Voorhees had the silent disco, which I just think is like the coolest thing. Students for Change at Voorhees meets also, and they're in the process of establishing some programs with the Rahway High School and hoping to establish an exchange with Patterson Science and Technology. And then, as we know, we approved the Jewish Culture Club for Voorhees. That group has already started meeting, and they plan to bring in a rabbi from the Chabad of Hunterdon County to give demonstrations on the use of different traditional clothing and things of that nature that are used for praying, and other items that are found in Jewish homes. So it's very positive as well. That was everything.
Thank you, Beth.
Sure.
And so, yeah, we had no items to vote on. And that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So delegates report, so Tara for New Jersey School Boards.
Yeah, so the delegate assembly is Saturday, May 18th. So I will be there, and I'm honored. I sent you all an email with the link to the handbook. So if you have any questions, just reach out to me or Insight. There are a few, actually, there's a resolution being proposed from Clinton Township. So it's kind of interesting to see what other school boards have sent in. But if you have any questions, just let me know. But I'll be there Saturday morning at 9 o'clock at Mercer County Community College, representing our board.
Kim?
Yes, this Thursday, May 9th, the Hunterdon County SBA will be meeting, and it's recognition of teachers and Teacher of the Year, and of course, board members who have received accolades. So it's at the Mountain View Chalet, so it's open for anyone to attend.
Yeah, and Glenn didn't realize that.
yeah, I'm
If any of you want to register, you just go online and on the chalet one, they do a buffet, a dinner at 6 o'clock, and then the presentation starts at 7. It's also virtual, so if you can't make it down there. But it's kind of nice to sit in a room with other board members from the county, and they always have presentation on legislation, on finances, so from people from school boards.
Yeah,
So-
Jesse comes from legislation, but I urge you, it is a great experience to network, but I urge you to go into next year and sign up as soon as they come out. And you should be, everyone, it's great to be attending these. It's PD, and you learn a lot and you network. So it happens usually once a month, but sometimes through the winter season, there's not, we have a gap. But I'm not saying don't go on Thursday, but I'm saying there's so much to go to during the year, so,
And they
I
usually
urge
go
you.
south, the Flemington area, and then the northern area. They rotate, every other month.
And it's virtual.
And it's
You don't have
it's
to-
always virtual, so, and all of the county meetings are. So I attend a lot in Essex County because that's where my pharmacy is. And I like to hear what other, school districts are doing, so you can attend any of them. I've attended Sussex County, Warren County, Middlesex County. Middlesex County had one that Marin presented at. They did a whole piece there, and Marin was one of the presenters at that county meeting.
Different topics, different meetings, usually. So,
Tara, did you say that you forwarded an email on that? Because I wasn't.
I just did it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just got it.
I figured if you hadn't gone onto school boards to see it, I'd send it to everyone. So don't reply to it as all. But there's the link there, and you can read everything on the different resolutions. And then going forward, twice a year they do this. So in the fall, it'll be any policy resolutions. So, and because we are joining school boards, as a board as a whole, we should look at this, and if there's anything we want to submit, there's just a timeline, you submit it, and then it gets worked through in the process by all of the delegates voting. So it's quite a wonderful process.
Thank you. Personnel Committee met on May 1, and the personnel agenda was reviewed. Okay, so a call for motion and second to adopt Resolution 050-724-2 for executive session to discuss matters falling under Category 8 as reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in executive session for approximately 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken.
Motion?
Motion? Brendan? Second. Beth, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? We are in executive session. To reconvene public session.
So, second.
John, Kara. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions, opposed? Okay, back in public session. Okay, call for a motion and second to approve agenda item 20.1 and 20.2 and to include hand carries if provided, which there are none. Cole?
Second.
Christine?
Katie, I need to abstain from 20.2. And I am abstaining from 4.9 and 4.11
Okay.
4.9.
on item 20.1, sorry.
Got it. Nope, I got it.
Thank you.
Otherwise? I need a roll call vote.
Ms. Cagno?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Cotran?
Yes.
Mr. McIsaac?
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes? Yes. Ms. Salino, I have your abstentions.
Yeah.
Yes on the rest.
Yes to everything but the two abstentions.
Got it. Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Ms. Beato is absent, and Mr. Farbanish?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, old and new business. So I will say I reached out to Gwen Thornton, and I have actually a meeting with her on Friday to set up a meeting so we do our, to do goals and objectives. So more on come to that, but I have a call with her Friday to get that going.
Okay, and can I ask where we are with superintendent evaluation? Has that process been begun?
Yep.
When are we going to be able to log in?
As soon as he finishes the evaluation.
Do we have a determination as of when that will be?
I'll give him a little prod.
And how long will we get?
I guess that's a function of
I know it's
when he
dependent
starts.
on when.
Yeah,
when
I'll
the
chat with Gwen
superintendent
about it.
finishes, but-
Yeah, I'll chat with Gwen about it. I know we have to finish by the 1st, July 1st.
Well, it has to be done before that and then.
Well, right, so, yeah,
Submit it,
but that, we still have a good, 9 weeks, so, but I'll chat with Gwen about it to
Okay.
see.
Thank you.
That's a good comment.
I was looking at the monthly reports that we approve every month in our agenda. Those reports are never really discussed in committee. Do you think that's something maybe we could bring to the Community Relations Committee to go over?
Which reports are we,
The monthly reports?
the one under,
Yeah.
Which kind of,
Well, they are. We get so you're talking about the monthly reports on like the number of students and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Those come before the curriculum committee,
Oh,
I believe.
I think Brown usually mentions those.
yeah.
Yeah.
huh, okay, good to know. Never mind.
Yeah, is it every
Well, they're
time,
always, so you can always review the reports.
Okay.
If they're there.
I haven't seen it on the agenda, though.
I didn't
Okay.
realize that.
We can,
I don't remember going.
He has in the past, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I guess admittedly, I
Not
can't,
always all, everything.
yeah, I can't really say,
Pieces.
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I'll admittedly say I don't hear him always, but I have heard parts of it.
okay, we'll make sure that gets
Okay.
onto the agenda and reviewed for next
Awesome.
meeting.
Good comment.
Yeah,
Because it really does, it really gives a good
it does. You're right.
snapshot of other
Well, if he
things.
sees a trend, right, or something, so.
I'd like to bring up, because I contacted our board president and admin about the yearly calendar, and I know that we needed to have off in April, but it seems to put a strain
So
on our
in the
year. if
past,
we're
right,
not
we
here for
canceled, right?
3 months of the whole year. So is there any opportunity to edit the calendar to at least add in July or add in December? If the rest of the board has considered this, or, I know I'm
we
I'm
did,
new,
and
so.
actually, when I got on the board like 5 years ago, it came up, and we added July and December, and then it slowly kind of went back on the wayside.
So do we add them during the year, or do we do it during December or whatever, January? We made the,
Well, at the time, we discussed it, remember, because we didn't have December and then July, and it was big gaps of, doing business, so it was kind of in the middle of the year, because it was my first year on, so I don't know, we as a board want to make it for the 24, 25 year, or what we're going to do.
can we, are we allowed to,
You can add meetings.
Yeah, you
we
can
can
add
add
meetings.
meetings?
As long as you have enough notice period for the newspaper.
The thing, and I understand December is so hard. I mean,
Yeah.
December's
it's
tough.
really hard.
July, it
Because
was
there's so
always
much going.
It would get canceled because we couldn't get a quorum.
Right.
We'd be on
But
vacation.
the
But we could
year
try.
the year I got on the board, I actually made that request because from my local school district, it was just the experience of having a lot of information. Like this board meeting, we knew the topics, it was long, here we are, and I've been here, this is not my latest, I've been at meetings at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, and I think it's overwhelming for board members. We all have other jobs. It must have been a lot for the business office to unleash the budget, deal with it. There's a lot that it encompasses. But I did request that. I think there was the first 2 years of my first term, we had a meeting every month. And then it stopped after, I think it was 21, I think, after when we, the first, I'm pretty, something to that effect. And my concern is for December, that we have outgoing board members, that we never get the opportunity as a board to recognize them as our peers. And they poof. And we talk about them. The board president will sit and mention, oh, congratulations, so-and-so, or thank you for your service, and they're not here. They may choose not to be here, but if we don't have a meeting, no one can be here. And I think we should consider that.
So let's put December aside for a second, because July is around the corner. So I don't know, right, given negotiations and, I don't know.
We
it's
have the board goals. I mean,
We have
a
board
lot,
goals, so we
yeah.
could do it. I guess the question is, I mean, if we make them, pass a motion to add July, are people actually available in July, so we don't add and subtract? I don't know if people can answer that, or could we do it?
Well, we're a weighted vote, so we would have no matter
Well,
how few people
that's
are
a mixed
out.
assumption that we've got enough people here that are actually going to physically be in this room, right? I don't know if people's
But
vacation
we would have to figure out
plans.
what date that would be. and
That's
then,
why,
you know
that's
what
why
I
I'm
mean?
asking, so I don't know if people are able to say tonight they have what their availability is. I guess the question is, could we do it in June and still have enough time to give public notice? Or is that gonna be, that may be tight?
As long as I have about a week, that's fine. I guess the conversation would also include, you know, Jeff, and administratively, what do we have that would need board action in July? Or is this really just a work session that you would like to have?
Well, yeah, like, we could give us at least one meeting where we're focusing on the
We could.
CSA and board goals and that, you know,
Yeah.
I mean.
The
I don't
typical
know.
date would be July 23rd, which is the fourth
Yeah.
Tuesday, so just so
We could always
everyone has
send
that
out like
background.
a survey or something and just see what people's availability is. That's not difficult tasks.
Okay.
I think we should keep it
I spoke for you.
Keep it open, because we do have a lot on our agenda.
I agree with Mr. Quinn. So
You know.
can we do a survey and just see if everyone's available for that? Does it have to be on a Tuesday?
I always feel that, like, not even having
No,
December,
okay.
I feel like
But
November's
we try to shoot for the end
squashed
of the
and
month,
then
right?
January's
So.
squashed, yeah.
The only requirement is that you give the public adequate notice. Yep.
So we have enough time if that's the case,
Oh,
so.
of course,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, so why don't
Yeah,
we,
so we'll send
why
out
don't we do a
and
survey and,
see what
okay.
everyone's availability
Sounds good.
Okay, that's a good idea.
And we're just talking July at the moment.
Why don't we figure out July first before we try for December? Is that fair?
Sounds
I
good.
was just
No,
giving
no, I think
input.
July, I think
just-
July might be a good
and
idea,
there's,
but
you know,
let's,
and it's helpful for new board members coming on. We have 4 new board members, and we're going into a CSA evaluation and
Yeah.
district goals and
no, it's
having-
fine, no, I'm not, I'm just saying, why don't we try to figure out July and then we can figure out
That's
December
fine.
later, but that's not.
Thank you.
Will do.
So I'd like to bring up a question, or, yeah, I guess a question about the budget that I hope maybe the Finance Committee could take a look at. So it was a great presentation, very informative. One of the clear points, I think Katie even like highlighted it, was it's all, you know, much of it is about the staff, right? Three quarters, if you, salaries, benefits, and professional services, which I assume are still staff, it's 3/4 of the budget, right? Has the Finance Committee ever looked at, like, how that breaks down by, say, like subject matter, like, you know, math versus, you know, literature, or not, you know, those kind of, or sports versus education, you know, those, is there ever a breakdown that's a little bit further? And the objective in my mind would just be to have that committee say, yeah, that looks fine. There's nothing to, write home about here, it all kind of makes sense, or if that data's never been presented that way because no one's asked, then there may be something to learn about where are we spending our money on the staff, that kind of a thing. I'm not looking for a report out, I'm just asking the committee to take a look and see if they.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different categories, whether it's, you know, professional services like we talked about tonight, the police, their contract is going up a lot. You know, so that came up in committee. Can we afford all of these officers? You know, there's, you know, some other services that we provide for mental health that are really escalating. That's a concern. I mean, as far as subject matter, we've never broken it out by, you know, by department. But I mean, I think extracurriculars,
Yeah.
whether they're in different categories. I mean, that's easy to analyze.
Just in case it's not clear, I'm not looking to try to find a way to reduce things or to change them. I'm just, you know, would this group of people who are tasked with this kind of, you know, on the committee, would they look at that kind of information and say, yeah, that kind of makes sense? Or we're, you know, if we're spending half of the staff budget on English, just of course not the case. It's not the case.
We
I'm
would need
being
something to compare it to.
ridiculous.
What's the standard, or what are we trying to achieve?
There is no standard. It would just be like.
But I
like,
mean,
yeah,
like
that
state
passes.
average or whatever.
That's going to be something that's going to come up soon, because we're going to really have to look at budgets. I mean, it's the writings on the wall with federal funding, state funding, taxes, so.
Yeah, you hear horror stories out there of these, you know, school districts like having to get an axe out.
Yeah.
Yeah, when 75% of your budget, you've got no control over the escalation, which is going to guarantee to be a lot more than what you're allowed to raise in taxes each year, 2%. You know, I'm amazed that we haven't had that crunch already. And I've said it before, I think it's kind of part of it's because we've had declining enrollment to a certain extent over the years, and so we haven't had to hire back.
I think somewhere in our projection, in this package, there was a projection that we're going to actually increase a little bit next year, the district.
A little up, I think, right?
So.
Yes and
is
no.
there-
Sometimes in the budget, we have to estimate enrollment slightly higher just for some of the ratio factor. And that's
Okay.
just a product of the software in the state. So
Okay, so may
actual
not be
enrollment,
real.
I would say it's going to be fairly flat.
Okay.
And then, you know, to add to, you know, where we're looking for creative way, not creative, but additional ways to generate revenue when this this new school gets constructed and we have a lot more students here, we'll be receiving tuition. So that's, you know, going to help to offset some of the escalation.
Right. Okay, call for a motion and second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions? Yep, thank you all. We are